I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. Thank you for joining us on what is day 11 of the Tanner Horner trial. We will not be live streaming today. Court is in session. Prosecutors and defense are holding hearings before the judge outside of the jury's presence. And the judge has said that we cannot live stream on days when the jury is not present. But our senior crime and justice reporter, Rebecca Lopez, is in the courtroom and will report on any developments that should arise. And we're going to take this opportunity to replay day 8 of this trial, where you hear from Athena Strand's father, and we also on that day replayed testimony from Athena Strand's mother. And it was on that day that jurors heard this awful audio of Athena Strand's kidnapping and killing. So let's take a listen. Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I'm joined this morning by Keith Harris. He will be our legal analyst for the day, walking us through what we are seeing and hearing. We are expecting first up that we will hear from Athena's father. And then from Ranger Espinosa, he will be back on the stand. And then the judges told us that they're going to start playing these 3 videos from the delivery truck. And we're expecting first, the judge is going to allow us to live stream 2 of those. And then the 3rd video, the judge has said that obviously that one cannot be live streamed. That's the video where Tanner Horner kidnaps and then takes Athena and then ultimately kills her. And so during that time, our plan is that we're going to actually probably replay some of Athena's mother's testimony, as well as some other key testimony while we wait for that video to come back. We expect that to be a little over an hour, but Keith will be here today. And let's start off with replaying our coverage from yesterday.
A mother's testimony so powerful, it left jurors in the courtroom in tears.
That is her red bow for Christmas.
Holding it up, Maitland Gandy introduced the jury to her daughter, Athena.
She was loved. She is loved. And she is missed. And she was real. And she had a life. And she wanted to live.
The last time she saw Athena was just 24 hours before she disappeared.
I told her that I loved her and that I would see her on Friday.
Hours later, Maitland learned Athena was missing.
It felt like I was dying. I couldn't breathe, but I knew I had to keep going.
And what followed was a desperate search to find her little girl.
I walked that county road over and over and over again. I searched Jacob's ponds.
But then came the news Athena was gone forever, leaving her mom to pick out the clothes her daughter would be buried in.
She was so cold, and she didn't like the cold. So I wanted to make sure that she was dressed. So I picked out clothes.
Inside the courtroom, many people wiped away tears. Tanner Horner sat just feet away, mostly staring straight ahead, but at one point did show emotion.
And I will be her face. And I will be her voice, and I will make sure that every person in this world knows that she was loved.
And then Maitland asked Tanner Horner for one last thing, the truth, and to tell her where to find the shirt her daughter was wearing.
I was there when she took her first steps and said her first word, but I wasn't there when she took her last. So I want to know where her shirt is, because maybe he could give me that much grace.
Prosecutors plan to end their case with one last piece of evidence, the video showing the final moments of Athena's life. In Fort Worth, Rebecca Lopez.
Certainly another hard day expected in court today. Athena's mother taking the stand yesterday, and years in the making, waiting to share these details with the courtroom and with the jury. And before we share what it is she said to them, we want to warn viewers that this may be difficult to hear. Now, it is Maitland Gandy who began by describing the moment she learned her 7-year-old daughter, Athena, was missing. She said what is normally a 2-hour drive from her home in Oklahoma to Wise County, Texas, she made in just 45 minutes. She then recounted the painful process of identifying Athena's body, describing her as cold and without clothing. Gandy told the court Athena didn't like to be cold, so when she could not sleep that night, she bought her daughter new clothes and hair bows. The prosecution asked why she has made it a point to attend every hearing in this case, and Gandy responded, speaking directly to the court, the jury, and to Tanner Horner, the man accused of killing her daughter.
I want people to know that she's not just some story. She's not just some number. She's not just some picture you see in a headline. She was loved. She is loved. And she is missed.
Tanner Horner did plead guilty to killing Athena. We are now in the punishment phase of this trial. This is what continues today. The jury will likely see the video and hear the video of the moment Athena was killed inside the FedEx truck that Horner was driving that day. The jury is weighing whether Horner will receive a life sentence or the death penalty. In Fort Worth, I'm Natalie Haddad. I'll send it back to you.
Keith, obviously we're now in day 8 of this trial. I want to talk, first of all, because I know that you've got a lot of experience with this, about the DNA evidence that we heard yesterday, because Tolly and I were watching it, and you know, a lot of times when they're doing that stuff and they're walking through it, it was a bit hard to follow at times. To, you know, again, we were trying to explain it. I think we did okay explaining it to people, a little bit with your help because you were texting me, but walk people through what was important about that DNA testimony.
So I think that, that really, I think what the prosecution was just trying to show is, you know, they specifically were looking at the swabs, right? The vaginal, the oral, and the anal swabs. And I think if I remember correctly, that there was some testimony about sperm cells or something along those lines. And I think that what the prosecution was just trying to show is, hey, Tanner can't be excluded from being the contributor to this. It was a partial DNA profile, I assume.
That YSTR
the YSTR,
testing.
and that's why that they went to perform the YSTR testing. It's because usually when you don't get a full profile, like with the other DNA testing that they were talking about, if you believe that the potential suspect is a male, you might send it off for YSTR because it's going to pull out the Y chromosome, the male portion of the DNA. And you'll see that in times where it's like either a low light specimen or light material where it's not super strong, or like y'all talked about yesterday where the profile or the female DNA is it's stronger than the male. And so you'll do that, and it's kind of one of those deals where prosecutors will look at that and get that tested just to say, hey, we don't have a full profile, but let's see if there's a partial profile or if we can exclude this person. And, you know, in this situation, the numbers aren't super high with YSTR because you don't get I believe all the locations that match, like I think they called them loci. But you can say, hey, he can't be excluded. And when you listen to all of this evidence that they've brought, you know, it's just one other thing to just say, hey, you can't exclude him from possibly contributing. Why would he have any kind of profile on a vaginal swab, on an anal swab, or on an oral swab?
So that's significant to you.
So it's significant to me because I think that, as Tolly was saying yesterday, you know, because of the medical examiners, the rape examination or the sexual assault examination, there wasn't like a finding of any kind of trauma or anything like that. But I think that it also goes to being able to say, hey, he might not have completed the act, but we don't know what his attempts were and everything like that. So I think that, to me, it was powerful, even with the low numbers, is because if you can't exclude him, for him to say, well, I didn't have anything to do with it, then you're probably pretty unlucky, right? You got to be the most unlucky guy that ever walked the earth if they can't exclude your DNA profile on a situation that you're the suspect in, on top of everything else.
Yeah, I think one of the other things that you and I were talking about before we started streaming this morning is just that the way that the prosecutors presented that testimony felt, it was hard to follow. And we were talking about that maybe would have helped to have more visual aids,
Sure.
essentially.
Yeah. You know, whenever you get a DNA analysis, you know, they refer to the report, and you saw the prosecutor show paragraphs of the report or read from the report. A lot of times there's diagrams on the report that I think that probably would have been more effective from a jury standpoint, maybe from viewer standpoint, of just showing what those diagrams kind of looked like, spent more time kind of explaining that, just so it's something visual other than just a report. And you hear the testing process and the chain of custody and all those things that really kind of get kind of boring. And I don't know. I know that there was discussion about, hey, why is the state calling so many witnesses in this chain of custody? And I don't know if it's something that the defense said, hey, we're not going to attack the final results, but we're going to make you prove up the chain of custody. Because usually in a situation, in a trial like this, you might have the front half, the person that collected the specimen, and then the back half, the
Right.
DNA analyst, and those might be the only two that you call to testify. But here we saw every little
We saw the
chain.
progression.
We saw the progression, and that's kind of a little unusual. And like I said, I don't know the purpose for that, but as you can see with hours of that, I'm pretty sure that the jurors were getting probably pretty bored of and
I
wondering where
struggled to
this was.
follow.
Yeah.
I mean, because I was going, why are we, but and maybe it was that they wouldn't stipulate. Maybe it was they wanted people to understand this is what we did, and this is
Right.
why we had to end up doing the YSTR testing versus a full DNA panel. I
Sure.
mean, that kind of thing. So it's not to say they shouldn't have done it. It's just that it would have been helpful for it to be more visual, I think.
And I think maybe even if you shorten it down a little bit and give them just a solid explanation of this is YSTR, this is why we do YSTR, and make it shorter so that it gets to the point, maybe in plain language for most people, most lay people. And I don't know, I think that was kind of the thing that did kind of get bogged down to where people are like scratching their heads. You're doing Google searches trying to get an idea of what exactly is going on.
Of course, we ended up with Maitland Gandy at the end of the day, so it was, kind of a bit of a slow morning, and but then in the afternoon, with ending with her mother, it was gut-wrenching, heartbreaking, like all the words that I can think of to describe, just difficult to watch this mother's pain, and then her addressing Tanner Horner directly, wanting to know where's Athena's shirt. That was the one piece of clothing that they did not recover, and thinking as a mother, just I mean, that she was asking him, just to give me that grace.
Right.
Tell me where the shirt is. My
Right.
guess is he doesn't know,
Yeah.
but that was a moving moment, and then talking about that she had seen her daughter take her first breath, but he had robbed her of seeing her daughter take her last breath. I mean, he had robbed her, robbed the family, robbed her sister of seeing Athena grow up.
Right.
And so that testimony, I mean, and Rebecca said that the jurors were just some of, boxes of tissues being passed around. I mean,
Yeah.
just brutal to have to watch.
I watched it, same response that you had. I mean, quite powerful to me. I was quite impressed with her mom. And I think the thing that I know that stuck out to me is she seemed very just mature and together I think if you calculate, she had
I think
Athena
she's
at
around
19.
30.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think she's like 29 or 30. And I just thought, that there was just this grace to her, but also you could see this firecracker
Right.
underneath it too. But I thought it was totally
A fierceness.
a fierceness, and I thought it was totally appropriate for what she said. I tell you, when she apologized to every innocent person that's going to have to watch this video, she apologized to the defense. I mean, to me, I just thought, man,
What a moment.
she is something, and it resonates. And I think that that's definitely something when she talks about give me the grace, just tell me where the shirt is. I thought she just did a really, really good job.
No, she absolutely did. And somebody was asking in the chat what the plan is for today. So our understanding is that we will hear first from Athena Strand's father. We're not clear yet on whether or not he will be blurred. He hasn't really been as seen publicly. Maitland Gandy gave an interview to my colleague Matt Howerton back in 2022, and she's been just more visible. So we're not clear on whether or not we'll hear him, but I don't know if he's going to be blurred or not. And then from there, we expect Ranger Job Espinosa. He was the ranger that did the absolutely masterful job of keeping Tanner Horner talking and then ultimately getting him to lead them to Athena's body. And then our understanding is that when we see him take the stand, we're going to know that the videos from the delivery truck are going to be coming. The judge has said we can air the first of the two videos. The first of the two videos, I think one of them is going to be from before and maybe after, is my understanding. And then the third video is going to be the video where he kidnaps her. And that video is a little more than an hour. And that's the video they're not going to allow us to stream, which again, nobody's arguing on that. Nobody wants to see that. And it like Maitland told the jurors and everybody in that courtroom yesterday, she's sorry that they have to see that. Because she said she was only able to view maybe a minute of it. And I can completely understand that. And so during that time, we're going to re-air Maitland's testimony and maybe a little bit of Tanner leading them to Athena's body, that kind of some of that. And then when that's over with, and so Keith and I will talk as that's going on. And then Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, of course, is at the courthouse. And we had Terry Bentley Hill has joined her to watch that video. And then when that's over with, they will come out and talk to us about, what they saw and heard. And then, so that's kind of the plan for the day. And as is usual with these live streams, we just kind of have to roll with it, with however things go, because we do not control court. Court does what court will. I was kind of laughing. People around here will ask me, well, what time is court going to end? And what time is court going to start? It's going to start when it starts, and it's going to end when it ends. Although generally this judge has been starting right around 9, but that's just the way court is, and you're in court enough to know that that's just the way it rolls. But so talk to me about, you've watched a good bit of this trial. What have been the things that have stuck out most to you?
I think I've been surprised at the planning, the thought process of Tanner Horner. To argue and to say, well, there's autism and maybe something's going on, or that might be a mitigating thing to him, but he seems to me to be pretty calculated, pretty on the spot, thinking, adjusting things as they go. His narcissism is amazing.
It's off the charts.
It's amazingly off the charts. So, those have been surprises to me. Like I said, her mom was super powerful to me. Ranger Espinosa was quite impressive for how he got all this information, his resources, as he's getting things, and he can, get with the company to get the video, and then once he gets the video, confront the defendant on what he sees and things like that. So those have been things that have stuck out to me, and really one of the major things is just how much evidence and how much the prosecution has had to present. I mean, it is one of those that this isn't an issue of guilt. This is just going to be an issue of what the punishment's going to be for him. And it was amazingly overwhelming evidence against him.
I would have had no problems convicting him of this.
Oh,
absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
See and hear all this.
Right.
Absolutely. And I've asked pretty much every lawyer who's appeared on with me about the decision to plead guilty. What would you have done?
lot of this, because I've seen you ask that question with the
So you had your answer ready?
No, well, it's been a process to get to this answer, right? So, for me, what I actually think is I'm not sure if the defense had a plan that he would plead to this. Like Talia mentioned yesterday, I think Tanner probably, because I haven't seen a situation where he's followed his attorney's advice throughout any part of this. He's communicating with law enforcement after he's been arrested. I think he even says, contrary to what my attorney might want me to do. So, I could see why, and in a case that's this overwhelming, I mean, I don't think that this is going to be I don't think it was ever a whodunit.
No.
I think, and I could see why you would plea him, or I don't know, I could understand why you would if that's something.
Almost like throwing yourself at the mercy of the jury.
Right, because after all of this, what do you have to argue for them to spare your life? And I think that if you plead guilty, then at least you can say, I made a horrible decision, and I totally acknowledge that, and try to somehow figure out a way to not be killed, basically, and everything. And so, but my underlying thought is, I think that I'm not sure if defense. I think Tanner's making these decisions on his own, and I'm not sure if he's actually listening to his defense attorney. And I could see a situation where he just said, I'm going to plead guilty. I don't want to deal with this. I'm not going to, because I think the defense would have given the prosecution more of a heads up if he was going to plead guilty before.
Yeah, I mean, and it would have been, I don't know that it plays out much differently. I mean, there's probably some things, maybe the order is a little different, right? There was definitely some stuff that would have probably been punishment phase that kind of came in the middle. Like, I'm trying to think of an example, maybe the sex assault, the two women, because that came before the DNA testimony, and that probably would have been in a traditional punishment phase, that kind of thing.
Right.
But, and also I'm trying to think what would be some other things that would have come later. Probably mainly the sex assault victims would have been the main thing that they would have been in the punishment. And then I don't know how much in punishment you would have rehashed some of what was in guilt innocence.
Well, I think what we're going to see, so defense is going to be able to call their witnesses in their case, and prosecution is going to have an ability for rebuttal. And so I think that's where you're going to get a lot of their experts that are going to try to rebut things that the defense experts are going to testify to. And so I think that we are going to still see, I think, a pretty good amount of the state putting on rebuttal evidence, so there will be their experts and things like that that'll either contradict or speak contrary to what the defense experts are. But yeah, in a guilt innocence standpoint, I think the prosecution's put everything on that I would expect you to put on. And again, you're asking these jurors to find that this guy's a future danger and that there's nothing mitigating. With the facts of this case, I would absolutely put all of that out there, because even without a long criminal history, just arguing the facts of this case alone rise to that level. And now they've got these other victims as well.
Okay, so we are seeing a picture from the courtroom. They're not in session yet. They're supposed to start at 9. We're seeing that door open, which is, traditionally that's where the holdover room is, and Tanner Horner will come through that door. So I don't know if we're starting a little early. It's hard to say. The judges do what judges do. But the other question I've asked every attorney is, will Tanner Horner take a stand?
If he does, I think it'll be contrary to what his lawyers tell him. I mean, I wouldn't. I don't know if this guy has an ounce
mom. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. We talked a lot about the defendant, Athena Strand. Do you want to spend a little time this morning talking about your daughter, Athena Strand?
Yes.
I'm going to have you publish a picture from State Exhibit 387. Do you recognize this picture?
I do.
Is that your daughter?
Yes.
Can you tell me what day that picture was taken?
First day of school.
What grade was she?
First grade.
Athena, a little on the girly side, but did you have any issues being dirty or playing outside?
Not at all.
I'm going to ask you to tell the jury a little bit about one of your favorite memories and favorite pictures that you have of Athena with the horse trough. Can you tell them about that?
Yes. It was springtime, so the water was still a bit chilly, and I walked outside and she was filling up the water trough and brought out a bunch of her Barbies and toys and filled up the water trough with them and was sitting in it in her dress and cowgirl boots.
Did you actually end up taking a picture of Athena?
I did. She was shivering but having fun.
When you took that picture, was she in or outside of that water trough?
Outside of it, gathering more toys.
Soaking wet.
Yes.
What did you and Athena like to do together?
Mostly outside. We go camping, hiking, going to the lake.
Athena was 7, so what was she into at the time?
As every little girl was, Frozen, and unicorns and mermaids, and getting dirty.
She liked to sing the Frozen songs.
24/7.
You mentioned Barbies. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has already been admitted as, I think the one that I believe. Do you recognize these?
I do.
Was this Athena's Christmas gift?
Yes.
Is this the last thing that you'll bought for your daughter?
Yes.
Your Honor, can I publish these to the jury?
Sure.
Jacob, these are the You Can Be Anything Barbies. Athena did not get that opportunity. She went missing on November 30th of 2022. Can we talk about that day?
Yes.
How was that day for you when it started?
It was a good day. Went to work and came back a little bit after they got home from school.
Did you see Athena when she got home from school?
Yes.
And what were y'all doing?
Just hanging out for a little while. I wanted to be with the kids before I went out on my hunting trip with my dad.
And do you recall about what time you went on your hunting trip?
It was just before, a little bit before dark, I think.
When you were leaving, did you say bye to Athena?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
I told all the kids and Athena bye and gave her a hug, and then after I was, or as I was leaving, I was backing up, she ran up to the truck because she wanted to give me another hug, and I told her not to run up on me while I'm backing up in a truck, and yeah, gave her another hug and told her I love her.
That was your final moments with Athena alive.
Yes.
At some point, were you notified she went missing?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I was, of course, a little nervous, but I thought maybe she was just playing hide and seek or something because she was really good at that.
Thank you. Told me a story about her hiding in a closet somewhere. Where was she hiding?
Yes, we were all playing hide and seek, and she hid in the linen closet with everything in front of her, and we were searching for like 20 minutes.
So when you first got notified, you thought she was hiding.
Yeah.
Did you participate in searching for Athena?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
I searched each day whenever they let me, and I thought maybe I'd be a little bit better at it because I've been on that property since I was 8 years old, and I know the woods like the back of my hand.
You didn't find Athena on your property, though, did you?
No.
When were you told that Athena's body was recovered?
On the second in the Cottondale Church in the room.
What were y'all doing at that church?
That was just kind of like the middle ground for everybody to meet up and rehydrate and eat. They were taking care of everybody that was a part of the search, and they let the family stay there.
How was that for you?
It was nerve-wracking and hard. Still had hope, but
You mentioned that you've been on the land since you were 8 years old.
yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your home and the land that you live on?
We moved there back in 2000 when I was 8, and it's on 10 acres, and now me and my brother both live on it. He lives down the hill from me.
Who all lived with you in your part of the property?
It was me, Ashley, Athena, Alice, and Yrsa at the time. YRSA.
How old is Yrsa?
She's 5 now.
And Alice?
14.
And Athena would have been 11 now?
Yes.
Do you still have a place at your home that you talk to Athena?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
There's a fruitless pear tree that house, and Athena would always climb. That was just kind of like their spot where they hung out, and they would also gather toys from their room and hang in that tree like ornaments.
Talk a little bit about your role, as a man and how it affected you. I want you to tell the jury a little bit about that. Athena was taken from your home, your property that you've been at since you were 8 years old. You weren't there. How did that make you feel?
It made me feel horrible, like I should have done something or been there. I wasn't there to protect them like I should be, like a father's role.
Did that create you a lot of guilt?
Yes.
How did you handle your trauma and your pain from this?
Pretty much self-destruction.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
I just kind of held everything in, and it just broke me.
Did you turn to alcohol?
Yes.
What about your marriage?
It ruined my marriage.
How did it affect your ability to eat and sleep and normal day-to-day activities?
I couldn't sleep, and I would only eat like every 7 days, and I lost like 50 pounds.
We talked earlier about Athena's siblings. So we had your son, and we had her stepsister Alice, right? And then she also has a sister Rylan, her mom made a daughter. Talk a little bit about Athena and Alice. What was their relationship like?
They were just best friends. They loved that they were sisters, but not real sisters, they would say. So they were just best friends.
Has this affected Alice?
Yes.
Did y'all all go into therapy?
Yes.
How is Alice doing now?
She recently went back to therapy because she's been having nightmares.
Nightmares about what?
Like, everything that she's having to hear about and what happened to her sister.
The defendant wrote a letter to the family and the law enforcement. Did you believe that letter?
Not at all.
What do you miss most about Athena?
Just her laugh and her spirit. And she loved everybody.
Is there anything that you want this jury to understand about your loss in this process?
I just hope that the jury and the justice system will make the right decision.
I'll pass witness, Judge.
Cross-examination.
No, Your Honor. Mr. Lindy, we have no
Mr. Strand, we have no questions for you. We are terribly sorry for your loss.
Okay.
May this witness be excused. Thank you, sir. Who do you have next?
Ranger Espinosa.
Ranger Espinosa. Remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I see.
Mr. Stan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mayor Espinosa, at the end of this investigation, you completed your report and you testified earlier about delivering evidence and things of that nature. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then at some point you also testified you had seen some video in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Correct.
But at the time you completed your investigation or at least done your report, had you seen all the video in this case?
No, sir. I had not.
And at some point, were you able to view all the evidence or all the video that was made available from Velociter in this case?
Yes, sir. I was.
Okay. And how many different days do we have of video in this case?
We have approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of video.
And do we have video before November 30th?
Yes, sir, we do.
On what days?
We have video from the 26th and the 29th.
Of 2022?
Yes, sir, correct.
We have video, you already testified, we saw some video from the 30th. And what other days do we have video on as well?
We're also able to obtain December 1st and December 2nd.
And to your knowledge, is that all the video that you were able to obtain in this case?
Yes, sir, correct.
Now, these videos from the 26th, 29th, 30th, 1st, and 2nd, what's the approximate length of each video in total?
The approximate length on the 26th and the 29th of relevance isn't much, probably,
Well, let me start with this. How long are these? What is the time period that the entire video is? I guess that's what I'm asking.
For the 30th, it's going to be almost 2 hours of video that we have.
Does the video, do they show a complete shift of Tanner Horner working on each one?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay, the complete video, not the clips and things you're talking about, but the complete video.
Yes, sir, correct.
And so if I do the arithmetic here, that looks to be 30 hours or so potentially of video.
Correct, yeah, and a lot of that is just normal delivery work, obviously delivering packages, normal work shift, normal things.
Your Honor, I object to Ranger Espinosa testifying to something that is not into evidence.
Sustained.
When you viewed the video, you viewed the entire thing, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And during that time, other than the events that we're going to talk about, what's he generally do?
Delivery.
Objection, Your Honor, testifying to a video not into evidence.
Sustained.
Video, it's in evidence.
Videos have not been offered. Is that as far as I
They've
recall?
been admitted.
What number?
It is through Jim Becker yesterday. Well, it was actually admitted earlier through Rick Ross, but Jim Becker identified those as videos from the FedEx truck yesterday.
It was not offered yesterday during Mr. Becker, so if it's in evidence, it had to be offered by somebody. What is the
It was offered at Kurt Ross, the exhibit number.
What is the exhibit number?
95 for the arrest van and 116 for the abduction van.
Okay, they're both been admitted. You may answer.
And Your Honor, which dates are those?
States 95 and states 116.
Yes, but we have the arrest van, and I assume that that is the December the 1st or 2nd video. But what was the date of the video for States Exhibit 116?
Your Honor, yesterday, Mr. Becker testified that all of the videos were downloaded on flash drives that were contained in 116.
Okay.
Your Honor, my question is the same. What dates are on States Exhibit 116?
All 5 days.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Becker.
Yes, sir, correct. Delivering packages.
Now, let me just ask you with regard to the videos. You said you received the video from November 30th. Do you remember when you received the remaining videos in this case?
Sometime after we met with the roster and received the rest of the days, we were able to create those events.
Now, at this time, were there some questions that you had remaining open that you were attempting to answer with regard to the last
Yes, there were.
generally speaking, what kinds of things are you trying to answer?
Obviously, reviewing the video would help us corroborate statements and ultimately obtain physical evidence that we were missing, such as clothing.
And so, what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask you about the video in 3 seconds here is what makes sense. So, but let me start with this. On the video, we talked a little bit about the time. I want to make sure we're clear here. Is the time on this a normal time? Like we look at the clock right there and read it?
No, it's not. It has like a conversion based on the software that we're using, so you would have to actually convert it to AM, PM based on by doing an equation.
And so just to give an example, the camera that we watched on the video shows $2,300. If we were to back that up and say what time is it November of 22, what time is it?
In November of 22, that time would have been approximately 6:53.
Okay. Well, with regard to that, is it 2,300 and then you convert it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, 2,300, and then you convert it, and then you would end up at 5 p.m. Yes, I'm sorry.
I want to make sure where we are with this time.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the vehicles in the truck that you're watching this video, how many different views are there that you have access to in the truck?
So, through the course of investigation, Wasser, it's a front dash cam view, and then it's a cabin view, so inside and outside.
So if I use the front dash cam, you understand that it will be out the front.
Yes, sir. Forward view,
You say cabin cam, that's looking inside the cab.
inside the cabin of the FedEx van.
Now, with regard to the dates of November 26th and, November 29th, were you able to watch all of the cabin cam on those 2 days?
No, sir.
Were you able to watch all of the dash cam on those 2 days?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to the dash cam, was the dash cam simply missing, or what happened?
Upon reviewing the videos, I observed that the defendant, throughout the course of those days, at certain times covered up the cameras with some type of sticky note or something. the Loves on his way back to the FedEx station.
On the day of the month.
Correct, yes, sir, on November 30th.
Are you able to see what he's doing in the vehicle when he's at the Loves?
Yes, sir.
What's he doing at the Loves after he uncovers the camp?
He's cleaning up the FedEx van.
That's the purpose of it.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, for record purposes, could the state identify which video they are playing?
Brenda Espinosa, just so that we're clear on this, what's the date on the top of this video?
This video is November 26th of 2022, one of the first times that I observed him covering the camera.
And if we were to look on each of these videos that we're going to play today, is that where we find the date up there at the top?
Correct. Yeah, if you view the top of the video, you can see the timestamp on and date stamp on the top of the video.
Okay. Yes, thanks.
I would like to speak on these, the one in the adult, please. There's a Christmas time precaution. You, sir. Oh, okay. Okay, I was making sure, kind of. 15 stops today, not too bad. Back door. Oh, man!
Let me ask you a couple of questions. You said before there's video after the date of the murder on 12/1 and 12/2, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And let me just ask you, during your interview with Tanner Horner, initially, did he tell you something about being in the area the next day where Athena went missing?
Yes, sir, yeah. So I understood that he at some point during the course of the day on December 1st had driven back into the actual search area and the area where Athena's home was located.
And do you remember when that was on 12/1?
I don't remember the approximate time on December 1st, but sometime during the course of that day.
And is that something we can see that on the video?
Yes, sir, you can.
So tell me, to your knowledge, how many times had he been on County Road 3573 in approximately the last 24 to 36 hours?
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Overruled. I'll let it
3 times based on the video evidence and throughout the course of my investigation, obviously.
Objection, Your Honor, that is based on hearsay. Anything that someone told him about Tanner's driving patterns is hearsay.
That's overruled.
At the station here, but I'm an assistant senior. Hello? Hey, this is Mike Drescher, the assistant senior here at the station. Hey, nothing, I need to get a little info for you on a delivery you had yesterday.
Your Honor, may I approach?
It's going to
Okay, folks, we've been watching them play these clips from this delivery van, some from before and some after. Keith, just talk to us about what are we seeing and what's the importance of this?
It looks like they're playing videos leading up to the day that Athena gets kidnapped. The thing that really stuck out to me that I saw was the first time we saw the video from, I think it's the Huffman household with the two girls that were playing out front. We just saw the video from the dash cam inside the cab, and I remember defense talking about, hey, nothing unusual here. This was just a normal delivery. He asked for the dad. He's cordial, this and that. Now today, it looks like they're playing the inside cab, or inside the front dash from inside the truck where he covers it up. It looks like the driver's license covering the front, which makes you think that he wanted them to see whatever the front was going to capture over, which now I get when the prosecution talks about maybe this setup or this prep, and maybe there being another kidnapping that could have happened the day before. Now that makes sense seeing this part of the video.
Right, and so folks, we're waiting. They're clearly doing some sort of sidebars right now, so we're not getting sound from the courtroom. The judge has said that we cannot air, that he only wants us to live stream what the jury actually hears. So that's part of what's happening, and so we're waiting for sound, the audio to come back from the courtroom. As soon as that happens, Zeke will kill our mics. Even if we're mid-sentence, he will kill our mics, which is perfectly fine. So while we're waiting here, we heard really just, it's different. We heard Athena Strand's dad, and it was different from Mom. Mom was, like I said, fierce. Dad was very quiet and no less emotional, but just different.
Yeah. Because you look at Dad, and Dad, he's a hunter. He looks like maybe this tough guy with a long beard and everything, and you hear him just tell just these, I don't want to say anecdotes, but just these stories of life with Athena and really how this all broke him. I mean, when he talked about self-destruction, alcohol abuse, it broke his marriage. I mean, all those things just really, I thought were very impactful, just resonate of how this bad thing just broke this man.
Well, and it's understandable. And, when he talks about, that final day, how he's leaving to go hunting, and she tells her bye and gives him a hug, and then she runs up to the truck, and he tells her, don't run up to the truck while I'm backing out,
Right.
Totally parental thing to do, because you don't want to accidentally run over your own kid. And he says he gave her another hug and told her he loved her, and then when she went initially, it went amiss. He thought maybe she was playing hide and seek,
Right.
because he said she was really good at that.
Yeah.
It was very, because you don't want to believe the worst, right? You don't want to believe that your kid has been kidnapped, right? I mean, that's not what parent ever wants to have that rolling around in their head.
Right. And as the mom said, your mind can't get you there, right? Like when she hears that her daughter goes missing. I think the same, excuse me, with the dad, just very powerful, because he was like, hey, maybe she's playing hide and seek. And I can only imagine, he said, look, I'm going hunting with my dad, and I give her a hug. I get onto her for running up, because she just wanted one more hug.
Right, one more hug. And I
boy,
bet he treasures that hug.
Oh, I bet he's so happy that he gave her that last hug. But to me, I thought his testimony was powerful as well, just from a dad. You don't see a lot of the emotion like you did from the mom, but that silent emotion, the silent, just this absolutely broke me. I think it's going to resonate with those jurors.
Oh, absolutely, because I think they could all vicariously put themselves in his shoes. For folks that are trying to understand what's happening, they're in a sidebar right now. They've been playing videos from the delivery truck, some from before, and some from after, and then a little bit from the day of. And essentially what they're showing is that he had covered up on multiple occasions, including
say he's planning, he knows exactly what he wants to do or what he's going to try to do, and he did cover that up leading up to getting to that location.
Okay, we're seeing people stand up in the courtroom, which makes me think that the jury's leaving the room. We still don't have sound from the courts, so hold on. So we're waiting to see what's happening here.
It's like the camera's kind of blurred too.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the vagaries of doing it this way. We don't always have clarity what is going on in the courtroom during these moments when things are kind of being hashed out. If you and I were in that courtroom, we'd be like, oh, that's what's happening, but we're not. So we're having to navigate that. And then, okay, now looks like everybody's sitting back down, and we may be about to get started again. Zeke, if they start, kill our mics. Okay, go ahead. Okay, so they're continuing to argue, it appears, about some of this evidence coming in, and the judge, and Keith, we're trying to make sure we understand exactly what he's telling the jury to disregard, because right before they did that, he got a call from someone that sounded like it was probably dispatch that said something about that, hold on, I gotta get back into my notes here. Oh, somebody called and said, I need a little bit of info on a delivery you had. That phone call came in on December 1st, which is the day after Athena went missing. But then, right after this, as they've been in the sidebar, we heard the judge tell the jury to disregard anything you heard in that phone call. So I'm not clear if it was that call, because then we heard something about, then we heard a female voice say there was an Amber Alert. We tried to back up the video a little bit to listen. There was an Amber Alert for a little girl and she's missing. So I'm not completely clear. Maybe you guys
just again shows just the callousness of this guy and I would assume that that's what the defense is trying to keep out.
And so they have just cut the feed from the courtroom. I'm assuming, would not swear to it, but I think that probably means they're playing that hour-plus video where he kidnaps and kills Athena. I mean, I'm a little bit of making a guess here. Rebecca's in the courtroom, and so she would not have her phone and be able to like exactly tell us what's happening. Of course, this all makes it a little bit more complicated. Okay, so I was reading the chat, and the chat thinks that what he told the jurors to disregard was the phone call from the man. Okay, which I'm not sure why they would object to that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. It all doesn't make their client look good, and so it's just one.
Can you really unring the bell?
Right. I mean, the judge can give them a instruction to disregard. I mean, I think that probably whatever was said doesn't seem like it was super prejudicial, other than maybe he responds in a way that is another lie shows it when he's immediately, because that might be the first time that he got confronted about this whole incident, and that's going to be the first thing that he says. It might be something else that just ended up not being true, and again, defense is probably just trying to do whatever they can, minimize whatever they can regarding his culpability or the fact that it's another lie upon lie upon lie.
Yeah, well, I think they've probably at this point heard so much. But I have to wonder from a trial standpoint, when you object that much to something, do you actually imprint it more in the jurors' minds?
I think you definitely can at times. It kind of just depends on how bad whatever it is. Like on something like this, like you said, I'm not sure if it's really, I mean, they've already heard all the other stuff. Is this really going to be something that you have to keep out or that you see a need to keep out? And yeah, I think sometimes the over objections and constantly dealing with this issue could just draw more attention to the jury to maybe focus even more on what they're arguing about or question what they're arguing about.
And while we wait, and here, when Keith, here in a bit, we'll replay Mom's testimony while we wait for the feed to come back up. But in the meantime, we've still got some stuff to talk about. Raymond asks, if the video gets to be too much for a juror, do they have the exit button, so to speak? In other words,
well, I mean, I think that jurors, let's say they're in the jury room, they're going to have to stay in the jury room, and they might close their eyes, they might not want to see whatever the video is, even though it might be covered up. Unfortunately, they're going to be present, and there's not like hey, I've had enough, I got to walk out.
You're a juror, you got to be there.
You have to be there, and all of them have to be there for the trial to go on. If they're missing one, they can't just say, okay, you six, you can go in the back in the jury room, all the rest of us watch this video out here. They're going to have to be there. They're going to have to endure it.
Which is why Athena's mom yesterday essentially apologized to them and everybody else that will be in that courtroom that's going to see and hear what I think is being played presumably right now. Rebecca Lopez and Terry Bentley Hill, an attorney who was on with us on day one, are both in that courtroom listening to that, watching and listening to that video. I do not envy them that task. But when it's over, they will come out and talk about what they saw and what they heard. And so somebody's asking, is the jury going to see what they won't allow us to see? And the answer is, of course. I mean, because they're the ones ultimately making the decision of whether or not Tanner Horner gets, life in prison without parole or the death penalty. And so it's important that they see and hear that. And I'm sure it is the stuff of nightmares. I mean, just absolute terror. Before we start talking about, or before we start replaying the mom's video, I still want to go back to Athena's dad and some more of what, we talked about some of what he had to say. I want to walk through a little bit more of it. He talked about, it was poignant, right, for me, because, ultimately the pain that this family is going through, that's where the rubber meets the road, right? I don't matter. None of us matter, right? It's really, their pain, their anguish of what they're going through really is what counts, I think, and to hear them speak so in such a real way, right? I don't eloquent, maybe even and he speaks so softly, and to the point where at times it was kind of hard to hear him, but he talks about the prosecutor asks, if he has a place where he talks to Athena.
Yeah, the pear tree, the fruitless pear tree, he called it, and he said it was, I guess, a place that she and her stepsister Alice would go to and everything. And I mean, those are those real moments. I mean, people can say, well, I would have said this, or I would have said that, or maybe he should be this way. I mean, the thing that I got from both parents is they're just real people, and they're coping and trying to deal with the worst thing that could happen to a parent. And what does that look like? For her, it's always carrying a bow, Athena's bow. And for him, it's going and having conversations at a fruitless pear tree. And I think it's ironic that it's a fruitless pear tree. It doesn't bloom or anything. And here he is talking to his deceased daughter. I mean, it just, to me,
it's gut-wrenching.
It is.
Oh, okay, so we are getting word. Zeke just talked in my ear and said that they are on a break. And see, again, here we're not seeing everything that's going on in that courtroom, so they're on a break, presumably continuing the sidebar discussion of whatever it was that we saw right before. So they are not yet playing the video that we're not going to be able to stream. And so this is about my I've lost track, 7th or 8th trial that we've live streamed, and this is part of the tap dance as we watch and wait. And somebody is asking if in that break, when they do play that audio and video, if we could replay Dad as well as Mom. And Zeke, I'm going to tell you right now, I know you're listening, can you go and ask Edit to cut Dad? And we'll just replay Mom and Dad. And yeah, Zeke said copy that, so they're gonna go take care of it. So when we get to that point where we are waiting for them after they play that terrible video, then during that time we will replay Mom and we will replay Dad, and Keith and I will talk, just talk about it. We'll stop and start a little bit more like a podcast. And we're just, trying to an alternative approach as we navigate this. But if you're a juror and you're hearing this, what's going through your mind as you think about what these parents have gone through?
Oh, I mean, I think that you can't fathom, right? You can't fathom what these two parents are going through. And I don't know the makeup of the jury. I would assume that you're going to have some parents. And I just think that, they get home, they probably hug their kids, whether they're 14 like yours or, 2 or 3. They probably hug them a little bit more. They probably tell them they love them. I think that they think about things like this probably in their normal life as it deals with their kids. Before I got here today, I dropped my daughter off at elementary school, and she is almost 1 month to the day older than Athena. So I'm thinking about these things and what the mom said, and as I'm looking at my daughter and dropping her off, so I'm pretty sure that these jurors are kind of having those same kinds of feelings.
Oh yeah, well, and my son, he's now 14, but at the time this happened, he would have been about 10. And I will tell you that in the time that I have, I've covered criminal justice for 30 years, so I'm dating myself, and I have some gray hair, and I've just, quit dyeing it because, it is what it is. But I remember covering years ago a little girl that was killed by the boyfriend, and it was a horrible case. And my son was like 6 weeks either older or younger than that little girl, and I remember when that happened because the boyfriend gave me an interview, and it just, I remember reading that affidavit in that case, and just in my mind I could see my own kid, and it was these are the things that stick with you.
They do,
right? And I can somewhat vicariously understand what's going to live in for these parent, I mean, for these jurors, and they have a hard decision. They really have a hard decision. I mean, ultimately, whether, no matter what, and that, one of the things, that was an old Supreme Court case that said something about death is different, and that's why these cases are different. That's why jury selection is different. That's why just even the way the punishment phase is playing out is different. It's just all different.
It's all different. I mean, what this jury's going to have to endure during this trial. I mean, it would not surprise me if some of them need counseling. I mean, it would not surprise me. Well, it will be something that sticks with them the rest of their lives. They will not get the sounds, the things that they see in this trial. They won't ever be able to live a day probably where they don't think of that, or where something doesn't hit them and they reflect back on that. And we hear just some of the comments about, I wonder if we're going to get to see this, I wonder if we're going to get to see that. And to be honest, I think that it's probably good that we don't have to see, we don't get to see some of this stuff, because just like Athena's mom said, I think she was watching a video, she said, I got to 1 or 2 minutes and I couldn't see it. And people think that
because you cannot unsee it.
You can't unsee it. And you can't unhear it, and you can't take away what that does to your mental, just your mental ability to just live life without reverting back or seeing things like that. And I think that it's a good thing that the general public doesn't see it, because I think that anyone, maybe short of Tanner Horner, anyone is going to be affected by that.
Well, no, because Tanner Horner, and from everything that I can see, is an absolute and utter narcissist who clearly has. When you do something like this, you cannot. You lack empathy. And it was funny. I had Jen Falk on here the other day. Jen was a child abuse prosecutor, and of course, one of my earlier trials, first trials that we did with Siobhan Randall. Jen prosecuted that case, and what she was talking about is that people like this, you can't understand them.
Right.
You can't get into their mind, because their mind doesn't work like ours.
Right.
There's something fundamentally broken about them.
Right. And one, you can't fathom thinking of causing this harm to a child, to an innocent person. And then to just think of how you can sit there and have these interviews with the ranger and law enforcement and make statements of, oh, fun fact about me, this, or fun fact, do you remember that?
Yes,
do you remember that?
fact.
And that was one thing that just stuck out to me, and I'm just
Fun
like,
fact,
yeah,
dude.
how do you talk about fun fact when they're investigating the death of the 7-year-old that's missing? So as Jen said, who's a great attorney and does such a good job, I really enjoyed listening to her break this down as well. But, as she said, you can't even wrap your mind to just go there or to think. I couldn't wrap my mind sitting in that courtroom and not shedding a tear, not being totally disgusted with the conduct and remorseful and just torn up over the whole situation. But, to one extent, that is a benefit to the prosecution, because it's a lot easier to ask a jury to impose death on someone, or to find those special issues, answer those special issues in the way that they want them to. It's a lot easier when you say, hey, he's different than the rest of us. So when you answer these questions, you're not answering this question for someone that thinks like you do, that lives life like you do, that makes the decisions in life like you do. So to have that separation, because it's a lot easier to answer those questions whenever you don't see this person, I don't want to say as human, but really his conduct is just not human.
It is inhuman to do something like this. And folks, I am monitoring the chat. You're correct. I will not be hearing that audio and video, and frankly, I am quite okay with that. My colleague Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, will be hearing that. And again, we have Terry Bentley Hill, an attorney who was with us on day one, who will be there with us to help us break it down. And some of you guys have expressed that you're concerned about me, and I really do appreciate that, because it is difficult to sit here day after day and watch this stuff and hear this stuff. I know after Uvalde, I was deep. I did the Uvalde trial a few months ago, and I was deeply affected by that. But it's part of what we do. It's part of the importance of breaking these trials down and explaining, why things are happening, how they're happening, and it's frankly, for me, it's an honor to get to do this.
Sure.
I appreciate the opportunity. So, enough about me. If you folks have any questions that you want to put in the chat, I see Katie had a question. If you put it back in the chat, I'll ask it. I just don't. I missed it. So if you have questions, just put them in the chat, and we'll try to answer them. As best we can. For you, Kevin. No, Keith. Oh my God! See, I knew this was going to happen.
It was bound to happen.
Okay, so Keith has a twin brother. You guys, I mean, when he walked in today, it was like, holy cow. They look alike, they sound alike. This is going to be something to try to keep their names straight today.
Happens
and
all
your
the
mom,
time.
Kevin and Keith, are you kidding me? I mean, you're just like, it's like, but anyway, no, you're great, but it was really, because your brother had told me we look and sound alike, and I was like, oh, and you walk in, I'm like, wow, they do look and sound alike. That is amazing. I can just imagine like the practical jokes that you could play in the courthouse, but would get you in a lot of trouble if you got busted.
Yeah, we usually don't do that at the courthouse, with that. It's kind of one of those things whenever you're both in dockets and dealing with judges and courtrooms and things like that, you don't have to, because it just happens. Like, he might appear in a court or with a prosecutor 5 minutes before I come in, and it's just kind of double with back to talk about this time. I'm Keith or whatever and stuff. So we're used to it. So I give a lot of grace there on, and most of the time I'll even answer his name until somebody gets too specific.
That's funny. Okay, so here's some questions. Do you think the phone call from someone else was hearsay?
Well, I mean, I don't think hearsay is the out-of-court statement used for the truth of the matter asserted, is what the definition of it is. So, is it hearsay? I'm not sure if the prosecutor put that video to try to specifically get that conversation in and have that be part of the evidence. So, I just think that it's something that maybe defense just doesn't want. Maybe it makes the client look bad or something like that. I mean, I guess technically, if the prosecution, was saying, hey, I'm offering it to show he was a bad guy because he didn't respond appropriately, then yeah, it'd be hearsay. But I just think that it's just something that happened to get caught on the video, and the defense doesn't want it there.
Well, and probably for good reason.
Sure.
Okay, so here's another question. Will the jury be expected to come back with no emotion after hearing or seeing this video? Do they get to pause, or is it just straight through the video? Okay, I'll let you answer that, but we're getting a live look again. We see Tanner Horner has been brought back into the courtroom, so perhaps this sidebar is ended or about to end, but go ahead and answer.
So the quick answer to that is, I mean, they're human. Jurors are human, so if they respond emotionally or they cry, things like that, I mean, the court's not going to tell them you can't have any emotion after you see this. Now, do they have maybe a break after they watch the video, or maybe they get to walk out before they start back? Maybe that's something that the judge or the court decides to do, but
bar, basically. The defense was fighting some of the video that they were seeking to get in. And so that I think I think you may have turned that into their mid-morning break, is kind of what was happening. Somebody asked, what's the judge's name? The judge's name is George Gallagher. He's a former district judge in Tarrant County. Great judge. He presided over the Aaron Dean trial. That's the Fort Worth police officer who was shot and killed. He also presided over some other stuff that I've been involved in, and just a great judge. You know him well.
He's a great judge. Judge Gallagher had a lot of respect on both sides of the aisle, so prosecutors love him, defense bar loves him. And you can see he just lets both sides try their cases. He's not getting in the middle of trying to make it about him or anything, and just a true professional.
there's people in the way. Get through. Hey, can you tell me how to get through? There's like people in the vehicle in the way. Huh? No, that's the only way out. I have more packages to deliver. That's the only way out. There's like more packages I need to deliver.
You can collapse and try to ask them to get through, but there's been a kidnapping. So it's all blocked off. So you'll have to just pull up and ask them if they'll let you through, but there's been a 7-year-old taken.
Serious?
That's what all this is for.
How are you serious?
So if you pull up and ask the officers right here if they'll let you through, but it's all blocked off.
Man, people keep getting in the way, man.
Ready for the next video?
Okay. Is that video number 3?
Video number 3.
Okay. I need to take a short break for just a few minutes, okay? We'll call you right back in, probably about 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay, so they are taking a break. Wow. This, you know, the amazingness of technology, right? You know, when I started doing this kind of thing wouldn't have existed.
Right. Yeah,
right?
Right.
You know, the searches on the internet that we saw the other day, how he's searching for, you know, Paradise Missing Girl, right, and downloading her photo, and then, you know, him when he put in, you know, a search of, you know, do FedEx trucks continuously record? Guess what? They continuously record when that truck is moving.
Right.
So yeah, and so we hear him the day after he's killed Athena Strand.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my outrage is kicking back up again. He is driving around as if nothing's happening, and then comes upon the search, and he's honking And then when he encounters this woman and she, explaining to him that the reason the road is closed, there's been a kidnapping, which he's done, by the way, he responds with, "Are you serious?"
Right. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have had this kind of evidence 15, 20 years ago, right? You wouldn't have all the cameras, but boy, just the gall of it, right? I mean, we're
gall,
sitting there, we're watching
words fail.
Yeah, and what is this? Like, as he comes up and he sees the police car and he sees all these trucks and people searching, and then the lady that comes up to him and says, "Hey, you're going to have to hold on. There's a kidnapping." Are you serious? Like, he is so shocked and floored by this. And to me, the thing was, today's the day that you actually want to do work for FedEx. You didn't want to do it yesterday.
No, when you were busy
kidnapping her. And it's like, well, I got 4 more packages to deliver. They just told you that there's a kidnapping, and all you can think of is, I got 4 more packages that I need to deliver down here. So, yeah.
And by the way, some of the packages that he is delivering are the packages that he did not deliver because he killed Athena.
Yeah.
And he's busy out trying to deliver those packages because the package that he was delivering to Athena's house, the Barbie dolls, the career Barbie dolls that she was going to get for Christmas, that package is left discarded behind on that property, but it's not recorded in the system as being delivered. But the packages that he should have delivered after that don't get delivered, and that next day he's out delivering those, right, as well as the other stuff that he's supposed to be delivering. The guy, but yeah, the words almost failed me.
Well, I mean, not just the words, the actions too, right? The honking of the horn. Like, I'm so impatient. You see him throw his hands up at one point.
How dare you not let me in?
I can't believe that I can't get
through
down this street.
And he's riding around like he knows nothing about this. I'm just a normal little FedEx delivery guy. Really?
Yeah.
Really? And then I go back to when they get him in custody, and a week after he has led them to Athena's body, he gets in touch with them and wants to speak to that ranger again. And what does he start off with? "I'd like to cut a deal.
Right.
I'll give you all the details.
Just let me go home with a leg monitor
for 30 days. Yeah,
so my son has the best Christmas because it's going to be my last Christmas with my son." Yeah.
There's I don't even know what I mean, malignant narcissist. I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
There is some psychiatric definition to the evil that is at play here. But I'm sorry, don't blaming this on Asperger's. I know autistic people. I mean, being autistic does not make you a murderer.
Right.
So to me, the defense has I don't even know how they get over the bar here.
Yeah, it's I'm sure it's always been uphill for them. I think it seems like when you don't think that you would hear more or find more stuff, that you're just like, what? Then the next day happens, and then there's another piece of evidence that they show, and I mean, I just think we get to see how he is the day after this happens, less than 24 hours after he kills a 7-year-old, and he's smoking his cigarette, and he's driving his route, and he's impatient, and he's honking his horn, and he's acting like he doesn't know anything, and he's actually driving by where he was the day before, where he should have been the day before, and just nothing triggers an emotional response from him. He's not emotional. Oh my gosh, I'm back at the same location. There's nothing.
No, there is a cold, calculated. The fact that he is covering up that front-facing camera a couple times in the days preceding and on the day when he's kidnapping Athena shows me that he knew exactly what he was doing. Mm-hmm. He was planning this. If it hadn't been Athena, it would have been another little girl.
Well, I think the thing that I've kind of picked up on from just this trial, whether you look at the sexual assault victims, the 2 women that testified, I mean, to me, I just see he's more of a person that capitalizes on an opportunity. You know, I think that he either sets it up to create the opportunity for himself, or whenever a situation arises, he capitalizes on it for his benefit or his gain, is what I kind of see, which is again what I think is going to be an issue that plays to the state's hand on future danger, because hey, you know, this is just a guy that when he gets an opportunity to do something bad, he does something bad. So to say that you can, I don't want to say guarantee that he's not a future danger, but to believe that he's not a future danger, you'd probably have to believe that he would not take advantage of opportunities in a way that could be harmful to other people. And we see what his thoughts are on other people, and it's really not much. It's more about what he gets, what he does, what happens to him, and not necessarily the rest of the people in his community or around him.
Well, you look at even the letter that he writes to Athena's mom, I mean to her parents, you know, basically saying, you know, how sorry he is, but then it's all about how, oh poor me, my life, and that, you know, FedEx wasn't treating me nicely, and you know, all these things, and then he also writes a letter to the detectives where he claims that there's this man with a rifle, and the man with the rifle is the one that really did it, which is a completely different story than Zero, of course, you know, because before it was Zero made me do it. So it's all that. So I've been looking at questions in the chat. Somebody asked, is Dad taking the stand? The dad has already taken the stand. He was our first witness at the start of this morning. Right now the jury's on a break. We've been watching these videos from this delivery truck. These are videos that either precede like the days before, or one part of the video that we saw is from showing him covering up the camera on the day that Athena's kidnapped. And then, of course, the day after, where we see this encounter where he's just out delivering packages and he encounters someone on the road and the road is blocked. And when he doesn't get let through, he's just, you know, upset, clearly.
Sure.
So we know that while we're so of course they're on a break, but we know that eventually this morning they're going to play that hour-plus video in the courtroom of where Athena is kidnapped or murdered. Again, that will not be live streamed. During that time, Keith and I will be here, and we're going to replay the father's testimony, and we're going to replay the mother's testimony. We were trying to decide kind of how during that time how we could fill the gap, and so we're going to replay that testimony, because I think, you know, people, as hard as it is to listen to, again, it is where the rubber meets the road.
And it seems like it's definitely of interest to the viewers as well. A lot of comments wondering about the dad's testimony or the mom's testimony, and so I think that that'll be something that they will be able to see if they've already missed it.
Keith, somebody asked, do you think he might have done something like this before?
I don't know, you know. I'm pretty sure that the Ranger Espinosa and probably some of the investigators have probably either question that or look to see if there's anything that would show that, you know. I just don't know. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever know if it's happened before.
Yeah, well, and one thing I've talked about with the other guests, and we've talked a little bit about it this morning, is that videos like these didn't exist before. When I first started as a crime reporter back in, dating myself, 1995, 1996, that realm, at the Pasadena Citizen, just outside Houston, none of this existed. You didn't have, you know, dash cams, there was no body cams, cell phones. I didn't even have a cell phone back then. And so you think about this case, does Tanner Horner get caught? And a lot of people, I don't know how you feel about this, but I think there's a high likelihood that he gets away
hindsight after examining it, then maybe, but yeah, I mean, it definitely is a more compelling case now because you have the video evidence, you have all these things that maybe you wouldn't have had before. You get to see exactly how he was leading up to that. You get to see his preparation leading up to this.
You get to see his internet searches.
You get to see his internet searches. You get to see all the things that this guy's into that maybe he doesn't tell you that he's into, but when they start looking at things, they can see that BDSM and all these other things that don't fare well.
I had to look that up. I was like,
yeah, all those things that maybe he's not going to tell you, but you see it now because of this, all the forensics and all the newer technology and everything. So it's definitely a different case if he is apprehended 20 years ago if this happened.
it's a much more circumstantial case.
Sure.
I don't even know 20 years ago, do you really have DNA?
You know, I mean, 96, like when it was just coming, I think 96.
Well, that 96 is 30 years ago.
Well, I think it was coming onto the scene and still being fleshed out and everything like that. So, I mean,
And the DNA is so minuscule, right? And in this particular case, the DNA
on the swabs
is so, I don't even know if you really get DNA that you could match him to, because like the YSTR testing, that wouldn't have existed back then. YSTR testing is very, very new. I don't know when exactly it came around, but I feel like that's within the last decade, right?
I had a case where we used YSTR whenever I was in the DA's office, and I left the DA's office in 2014, so that's 12 years, and so probably 15 years ago maybe, but more than a decade, but still newer.
Okay, so I've been watching your questions here in the chat, and so somebody asked, do you think Athena's parents will speak again? It's possible. At some point, once we get through punishment and the jury makes their decision, they'll have presumably victim impact statements, and it's possible that they will take the stand again. It's also possible we can hear from other family members or friends. I mean,
I would assume they definitely, especially Mom, I would definitely think that she's going to probably have a statement to give in victim impact. So I definitely think that you will hear probably from her. I mean, like you said, maybe some other family members that'll be able to say something that's after he's sentenced. It's not before he gets sentenced to whatever that sentence is, that they will have an opportunity to say and speak directly to him, in guilt, innocence, and punishment. They're testifying, but they can't ask him questions. They can't talk to him directly. And I say that Mom, whenever she said, Athena loved everyone, and everyone except for one person loved what they didn't want in a death penalty case is for it to get sent to some lab, and then later the defense say, oh, I wouldn't have wanted it to be sent to that lab. I would have wanted it to go here. So they had both sides agree to where it would go, because once that thing got tested, it was no more. And I think that the expert talked about it was going to destroy the sample, and so it would be
Which is
no
probably why we
future
heard
testing.
that testimony.
Right.
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 Somebody asked, could the water she was in have impacted the sample?
For sure.
Because she's in the water for about 3 days.
Right. I think so.
Well, we don't know how long she's in the water, because it's possible it could have moved her. We don't really know.
Right.
But anyway, go ahead.
Well, I think so. You've got water coming in contact with her body. She's naked when she's recovered. So, I mean, I think that all of those things could be factors into how much DNA they were able to recover. You know, the fact that they were even able to do YSTR or find some
That's
evidence.
almost a miracle.
It's almost a miracle. So it definitely causes impact. I think that the forensic examiner, I think she testified to the impacts that when you don't have someone at a particular scene where the death actually occurred, and there's movement and things, that it does affect what evidence is recovered ultimately off of that body.
Okay, folks, we just got word. Zeke just told me in my earpiece that they have started the video, the one that we cannot stream. That's the video where you see where he kidnaps Athena, and Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, and again Terry Bentley Hill. They are in that courtroom, and when the video is finished, they will come out and describe for us what they have seen and heard. And I really think, based on what we've heard, that they will rest. I think they're going to rest after this. So we're going to start. So while we wait, because I know you guys are interested in rehearing Athena's mom and also her father. Let's start off with Athena's mom. This is I think it's about 40 minutes. And we're going to, Keith and I are going to listen to it. Zeke, are you able to, do you have it up yet? Oh, it's, okay. Are you, and I'm sometimes, see, guys, you're seeing a little bit of the sausage get made here. Can you put something on the super that lets people know that we're replaying something, that this is not live, this is actually, we're replaying something. So, oh wow, it's small. I'm old and blind. Okay, now I see it. Okay, all right. Maybe make it. I don't know if we can make it a little bigger. Just feels like.
Yeah, I can see that previously recorded, I think, is what's going to.
Yeah, but okay. So let's go ahead and start it and take a listen to Athena's mom, Maitland Gandy.
We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness previously
was a Saturday. It was about 1:30 p.m. And that was in the front seat of my Jeep.
And no, she's got a white shirt on. What's the symbolism of this white shirt she wears?
It says, "We are family 2022," because we always had matching fall pajamas for Halloween and matching Christmas pajamas. It was a part of our holiday traditions.
And was it just her, or was there somebody else with her?
No, you can see my baby, Rylan.
Is this right here? And how many days before she was ordered was this special tape?
4 days.
And I noticed in something on her head, what's on her head?
That is her red bow for Christmas, because red was the theme for our family that year.
And I noticed you have something in your hand there. Show that to the jury.
This is her red bow.
Is that the same red bow that we see in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Do you leave home without that?
Not when I come to this state.
Okay. Maybe back home every once in a while?
Every once in a while. Quick trip to Walmart, maybe.
Something else about this picture. Was this one of the last times you saw Athena?
I have. I had a little bit more than 24 hours left with her. I just didn't know it at the time.
And we heard from Thompson that Athena was living here for a little while. And I guess that little more time is the time it took you to get from where you were in Oklahoma to the meeting spot with Jacob. Is that right?
Yes.
And I say Jacob. Who's Jacob?
Jacob is Athena's daddy.
Okay. And where do y'all normally meet?
ASAP in Bowie, Texas.
Okay. Is that a convenience store?
It's a gas station of sorts. It's gotten better over the years.
Okay. Stop and rob, if you will.
Yes, sir.
And so y'all exchange on that day, right?
We exchanged Sunday, November 27th of 2022.
You remember the last thing you said to Athena?
I told her that I loved her and that I would see her on Friday. We had a quick drop off because her daddy was going to take them to the Christmas lights that night. So it's not the goodbye that I would have wanted.
So you and Jacob, when is Athena born with you and Jacob? What's her birthday?
She was born Saturday, May 23rd of 2015 at 9:01 p.m.
And let me ask you, from the time she was born until the last time you saw her, how would you describe her as a child?
She was the perfect mixture of me and Jacob. She loved to wear her pretty princess dresses, but at the same time, she would play in the dirt in those same pretty princess dresses. And she was free, and she was wild, and she was bright, and she was loving. She wanted to be loved and to give love, and that's it.
Now, as she got older, did she have some things that were kind of her favorites and the things that she liked to do?
That's a broad question to ask. Athena loved everything. She loved life. We liked to watch movies together. It was very common for us to have movie nights, popcorn and candy. It was very common for her to want to ride her horse with her Aunt Kate. It was very common for her to want to do anything outdoors with her father, so long as her father was around. She watched him butcher animals. She watched him clear property. As long as Daddy was around, she was great with being dirty and being outside.
So that people are clear, or you and Jacob, would you agree with me, y'all live a country life?
Very much so.
Okay. And when you say butchering animals, Jacob's a bit of a hunter, right?
Yes.
I just don't want people to think that we're out, on the other side of Fort Worth doing that in the front yard, okay?
No.
So let's talk a little bit about you and Jacob. You and Jacob were young when you had Athena.
Very
and how
much
old
so.
were you?
I was 19 when I had Athena.
And Jacob was a little older than you?
Jacob was 23. He had just turned 23.
And we may have heard this. We heard from Ashley, Jacob's wife at the time. You and Jacob didn't stay together.
No, we didn't.
Permanently. But let me ask you, how do you feel you and Jacob were as parents for Athena?
There were rough moments, but we always had an agreement that those rough moments didn't need to enter into our children's lives. We co-parented, in my opinion, pretty dang well. Because as long as Athena's needs were met and she was happy, that was important to him and I.
Any doubts at all that you or Jacob or your family in Oklahoma or his family here in Texas absolutely loved Athena?
There is no doubt whatsoever that every single person that has ever met Athena, besides maybe one, absolutely loved Athena.
Is that the kid on the bus?
It's actually the defendant in this case. I would like to think that he doesn't love her. That kid on the bus may also not particularly care for her.
The one she smacked in the head with a water bottle.
Mommy did teach her that no means no.
Right. So, independent?
She gets that from me.
Okay. And strong?
Physically, she gets that from her father.
Now, you told me about an event. It's actually a tragic event. Your mother died 4 or 5 years ago. Is that right?
It's been, oh God, it's been almost 8 years. This year will make 8.
8 years ago. And tell me what happened with regard to that. And I don't want to ask you about your mom's death, but I think it involves Athena, and I'd like you to tell the jury about that.
Well, it was Friday, December 28th of 2018. I had went to work early that morning, as I did all the time. And my mom wasn't supposed to die. She was just fine, but she used to keep Athena for me whenever I went to work. And she just died. But Athena, being Athena, I don't know how she knew. I didn't train her. I didn't teach her what death was. She hadn't had death in her life. But she I asked him if I could confirm that that was my daughter, and he told me no, because she looks too bad. And I went into a place of denial. I stopped breathing, and I started to black out as I heard Ashley screaming. I knew it. I knew it was him.
At some point, you gotta be a mom again, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we are listening to what I would call the worst moments of this mother's life. I mean, there's many horrible worst moments, but these are among the worst. Getting the word that Athena is missing, driving down from Oklahoma within 45 minutes, which is, I mean, I don't know how fast you had it, running out of gas, and getting there, and being told that they can't search yet because the dogs are going out, and then searching the pond, and then being told by the sheriff. You just feel this mother's pain.
You feel it in what she says, and just the sheriff telling her, hey, you can't come out because your scent might throw the dogs off and everything. And so with that, by the time that they call the dogs off, it's 4 a.m. and she says that she and Athena's dad and his dad and other family members then start doing their own search, and they start walking the property. And she talks about not being familiar with the county, but walking everywhere that she figured she could, and she checked the ponds, and then she didn't know what else to do after that. And I just couldn't imagine, 4 o'clock in the morning, it's dark. You don't know what you're going to come across, what you're going to see, what you're looking for. Just the anguish of everything that this mom had to go through, I couldn't fathom it.
Well, and you can't wrap your mind around, I mean, at that point, she can't yet wrap her mind around, up until the time the sheriff tells her she knows something. Obviously, it's quickly becoming clear that something horrible is happening, but to wrap your mind around the fact that someone has snatched your little girl and killed them, I can't even imagine, what would go, how you would even come to grips with that.
Right.
That's just unimaginable.
Right. And she says what her first thoughts or first things that she says to the sheriff is that you're wrong about this, or surely this isn't right.
And wants to see her.
And wants to see her, and then they tell her, well, you don't need to see her, you can't, because she just looks too bad. I mean, I couldn't fathom or imagine the pain that mom would go to. And she then said, and I quickly was in denial leading up to that and everything. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it gets any worse as a parent, really. If there is something worse as a parent, I don't know what it is.
I don't either. Okay, folks, we're going to continue listening to this video. Next up is going to be Maitland Gandy describing going to that funeral home and seeing her daughter's body for the first time. So let's take a listen.
At some point, you got to plan a funeral.
Yes, sir.
At some point, you got to see Athena for yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that happen?
Yes. On Tuesday, December 6th of 2022, I was allowed to see Athena for the first time. I went in about an hour before I'd actually told Jacob to show up, because I didn't know what she would look like, and I didn't know how bad it would be. actually a joke that me and my cousin do. We have a child. I did have a child around the same age. But back in 2014 and 2015, it was very common to put bows on little girls that were bigger than their head. And Athena just kind of adapted that and never grew out of it.
That's what we get in this picture here.
Yeah.
Now, do you have another daughter?
I do.
What's the age difference between your other daughter and Athena?
4 years and 7 months.
Now, I've asked four of witnesses to describe for me their favorite picture of your younger daughter and Athena. Do you have one?
Okay, so we're going to stop it right here. We want to talk about this scene, this moment. Maitland Gandy goes to the funeral home, and she has decided she wants to be there before Athena's dad because she doesn't want him to see his little girl like that.
Well, you say that now, man, just the strength of that mom, because, you know, like I told you, I have a daughter that's a month older than what Athena was, and the fact that the mom would want to not let the dad see his little girl in whatever state she was, boy, I mean, I don't know how that's not compelling to a jury to hear that.
It's selfless.
Oh, so sacrificial, right? Like, it's just a selfless, let me endure seeing all this. And she talks about the incisions and the injuries on the chin and putting makeup on her for that. And you know, as she's describing the things that she gets for her, because she knew that Athena didn't want to be cold and didn't like being cold, and she's naked, and I want to get her clothes. And
initially she puts her in a gown.
right.
Because that's all they had.
That's all they had. And she talks about, well, I'm not familiar with Wise County, so I found a Walmart, and I went and got her everything. You know, I went and got her socks and shoes. And the thing that stuck out to me hearing it again today is she talks about panties and bows. And I just started thinking of the body and getting panties, and how the mother wanted to give her daughter dignity in a way, dignity that Tanner did not allow her, to the point of even putting panties on her daughter and everything. And boy, I just think that this has been so compelling to just hear what she talks about of all the things that she had to go through.
And it's just as hard to listen to today as it was yesterday. I mean, I'm gutted just listening to this mom walk us through again the worst moments and the worst days of her life.
Yeah.
Okay, Zeke, we're gonna restart it. So she's now talking about her younger daughter. I think her name is Ryland, or she calls her Rye, and that, and you know, just walking us through Athena's relationship with her, and her decision about how she's going to handle Athena's death with her younger daughter. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
It was the first one I ever took of them together.
So that'd be right after your daughter.
Yes, sir.
And what did Athena do in this picture?
She's holding Ryan, and she is beaming. She'd been asking me for a sibling for a year or more, and she finally got her. I didn't want her to be alone if something ever happened to me, because when Mom died and Athena was asking for a sibling, I looked around and I said, hey, at least I've got my sisters.
Let me ask you about your daughter. How old was your second daughter? Athena was your first.
Yes, she was.
She also Jacob's first too.
Yes, she was.
And how old was your second daughter, Ryland? Athena was born. When Athena was born, I want to get this exactly.
When Ryan was born,
Yeah, when I was born, how old was Athena?
Athena was 4.5.
And then when Athena was killed, how old was Ryan?
We had Athena's funeral on December 9th of 2022. I got her ashes the next morning on December 10th of 2022. And that was also Ryland's 3rd birthday. And I brought her sister home. It just wasn't the way I was supposed to.
How do you go about talking to little sister about what happened to her big sister?
I didn't know how to tell her, and I didn't think I was strong enough to tell her. So I lied to her for a long time. I would tell her that she was just staying with her daddy for a little bit longer. And when she asked to FaceTime her or to call her, I would tell her that she was at school, or she was sleeping, or she was I'm sorry. I would lie to her. Until about a year ago. She didn't know the whole truth. And, but I didn't tell her that Athena was dead and that she had been killed until Athena's, or what should have been Athena's 8th birthday.
So let me ask you about that. Today, how old will Athena be today?
She would be 10.
And if I remember correctly, she has a birthday upcoming, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we just listened to Maitland talk about her younger daughter and that she brought home Athena's ashes on the 3rd birthday for the younger daughter, and she said, you know, it just, I like the symmetry here, right?
Yeah.
The symbolism, like that you're bringing home Athena's ashes on that day.
Right. A day that really you should be celebrating, right? It's your daughter's 3rd birthday, and how that is just going to be different, probably for a while for her. Yeah. Just remembering that, yes, on this day that I should be celebrating, there's also death and the realization of death that I dealt with on your birthday. And yeah, that's, again, affected forever because of that.
And then, of course, she decides not to tell Ryland about it. Of course, at that time, she's about, I think, 3.5. So, and I can completely understand that decision because she's a toddler.
Mm-hmm.
How do you explain to a toddler, a preschooler, that what has happened to your older sister? It boggles the mind. And, you know, she says she told her about a year ago, and that she told her that Athena had been killed. She didn't tell her until Athena's 8th birthday.
Yeah. I don't know how you do that, right? Like the fact that she was able to delay in telling her, and probably rightfully so. I don't know how you, probably for her, how do you get to the point of acknowledging to your youngest that this person, she said that they were super, super close, how you break that to your youngest child. You know, you're already dealing with the death of your child, and now how do I also bring disappointment and finality and all those things to a young kid.
Well, and to some extent, telling her younger sister would almost be like a point of acceptance, right?
Oh yeah.
Because grief is complicated.
Right.
You don't. There's not some one-size-fits-all approach to grief. Because I'm sure even today, I have no doubt they still grieve. I don't think you ever get over the loss of a child, and that pain, comes through as you listen to this mother. But the act of telling Ryland would be another rung in that acceptance of what's happened.
I think so. Just that she was able to have I don't want to say an excuse, but a reason while she's in school, she's sleeping, she's staying longer at her dad's. I think some of it to protect her daughter, but probably to protect her a little bit too, because she's not totally having to acknowledge the finality that she will not see Athena again. But how she does that, and to the point where she finally does have to tell her, just a long list of just struggles and things that this family's had to endure.
Right.
With the actions of Tanner Horner.
Absolutely. So folks, if you're joining us late, just explain what's going on. Right now we are replaying Maitland Gandy's testimony from yesterday. At the moment, the jury is listening to this audio and video from the delivery truck showing Tanner Horner kidnapping and killing Athena Strand. The judge decided, rightly so, that we would not stream that would not be aired publicly in any way, shape, or form. Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, and Terry Bentley Hill, another attorney, another fabulous attorney, is in court right now. They are watching this, a job that I do not envy them. And when it is over, they will come out. The video, I don't know exactly how long it is, but it is quite lengthy. It is definitely more than an hour. Could be more than 2 hours, but as soon as it is over and they can come out and talk to us, and it could be that there's a lunch break in the middle of that. We're still kind of, again, with court, things move in different ways, but we're gonna keep the stream up as we wait for Rebecca and Terry to come out and talk to us about what they're hearing and seeing. And then after we play Athena's mother's testimony, we'll replay the father's testimony. We heard from Athena's father first thing this morning. He also a quieter person, but a strong presence, and his pain is also gut-wrenching. So let's just continue to listen to Athena's mom.
When would she turn 11?
May 23rd.
2026.
Yes, sir.
Should be a fourth grader. Is that right?
She would be a fourth grader.
right? Like every one of the hearings, because as she said, she wants to continue to be a voice and speak for her daughter. And again, just more just testimony of a mom advocating for her daughter and being the voice of her daughter.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we, hear her, describe this affidavit, reading this affidavit, and then recounting the story, the lie that Tanner Horner told, that he had hit Athena and he panicked and he attempted to break her neck, so he strangled her. And, just listening to her even say the words out of her mouth of what Tanner Horner claimed happened.
Yeah. And I think it's one of those deals that if the offense itself wasn't painful to the family, if the details of all that weren't painful, it's almost like she's saying even hearing the lies or getting additional lies just continues to put more pain in the situation, unnecessary pain that the family shouldn't have to go through. If he was upfront and honest, but no, you're going to spin something or say something else that causes them even more pain because they see, I guess at that point she probably, and I would assume that she knew that a lot of it was lying or lies, but what he would say and to what extent he would go to give a story.
And then she talked about the autopsy, and she has some sort of medical training, and I'm not sure what that is, but that she drove down and that she is making sure that she gets the autopsy before it's released publicly, and I can certainly respect that. And that, she's struck by the fact that Athena has no items of personal belongings and that it's only the bags around her hands, which means that Athena was naked, and that the bags around her hands would be what they've put around her hands when they recovered her body from the water.
Sure. Yeah, so I think with that, this one thing that kind of surprised me was, okay, so summer of 2023, I believe, so we're probably looking at about 6 months later is when she gets the autopsy report, and I totally understand her wanting to read it and hear about it before media and it just public, and she's watching TV and they're starting to talk about things that she didn't have any knowledge of, but her intuitiveness to read it and say, hey, that doesn't sound right. She had no personal belongings. She just had the bags that they put around Athena's hands to preserve any kind of evidence if there was DNA evidence and things like that. And just, it sounds like maybe when the sheriffs told her about them finding Athena, they didn't tell her that everything about the condition that she was in, the fact that she was naked. And so for a mom to read this and then she says, well, then I interpreted that she was naked and that she didn't have anything belonging to her. And I think what you get out of that from her mom is aloneness, the fact that there's nothing that she would have valued, maybe a favorite pair of jeans or a favorite
Secretary Bentley Hill are currently listening to that for us, and when they either have a break in it or they finish airing it, then they will come out and talk to us about what they've heard and seen. So let's continue listening to Athena's mom.
Do you look at any portion of the videos in this case? How much of it were you able to look at?
Maybe a minute, maybe two. I can't. And I'm very sorry to all of the innocent people that do have to watch that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to you, and I'm sorry to you all too. Because none of us, not Athena, not me, not anyone in this room besides Tanner Horner, asked for what's on that video. And Athena definitely didn't. I really am sorry.
You've been here a little over a week, week and a half. You've been here, seen some of the evidence in the case. What is it that sticks out to you? What do you know about it?
I know it sounds stupid, and I know it sounds selfish. I know he will never tell the truth. But I want to know where my daughter's shirt is. I want to know everything. But he won't tell me that. And I highly doubt, that he cared enough to pay attention to when my daughter took her last breath. Because I brought her into this world, James. And I know when she took her first, I was there for that. I was there when she took her first steps and said her first word. But I wasn't there when she took her last. So I want to know where her shirt is. Because maybe he could give me that much grace.
No questions for you, maybe. Athena's still in your life, isn't she?
Athena is in my life every day.
Every day.
Every day.
I think I would be missing something if I didn't point out that you tend to have an affinity for a certain color. Would that be right?
For her, yes, sir.
And is that Athena's color too?
This is her favorite color. Yes.
Not mom's favorite color.
No, sir.
You keep her both. You got your pink.
Yes, sir.
Do you talk to Athena sometimes?
I talk to her every day.
What do you say to her?
I tell her that I'm sorry. That I wasn't there to protect her and to stop him. I tell her that I love her.
Cross-examination.
And very sorry for your loss. I'm not going to ask any questions today. Thank you very much.
May this witness be excused. Thank you.
Okay, so we just heard Maitland Gandy's testimony. We replayed the entire thing, and she was talking about the video. This video that we know is currently being played in court, where she says she could only watch a minute or two, and she apologizes. She says, "I'm very sorry to all the innocent people and basically who have to watch it." And she apologizes to the defense, the prosecution, presumably the jurors, anybody that's going to see this. And then she talks about how that it essentially addresses Tanner Horner, and that he's the only one behind what's on that video. And it just, that's hard. And then of course she goes on and go ahead and talk about a little bit of that.
You know, what really hit me with her was that, and as she says that I'm so sorry, and you can see that she's emotional, and I can't imagine even watching a minute or 2 minutes of it. But as she says it, she looks at the jury when she's talking to them. She looks at the prosecutor, and then she looks at the defense. And to me, that just, it was so telling of just who she is. Like, she really, truly is sorry. And the empathy that she even has for Tanner Horner's defense attorneys, right? Because at the end of the day, they didn't want to be in this position, defending him. They're doing their job. But the fact that she would even respect, hey, I understand you're doing your job, and I'm apologizing to y'all because you shouldn't even have to see this either. And she says the only person that really wanted this to happen was Tanner Horner, and it's his handiwork that is making everybody else have to suffer and go through all that.
Yeah, and then she goes on and, the shirt. That might have been the thing yesterday that broke me the most. I mean, a lot of it broke me, but listening to it again, the whole thing just is hard. But the desire to need to know, where is my daughter's shirt?
I think just anything for regarding her daughter, right? Like anything that would be a tie to her and her daughter. Would you give me the grace to tell me that, to show me that? But as she says, you probably didn't even care enough to even pay attention to when she took her last breath, Yeah. Again, just that mom and her strength, her quiet strength. You can see the fierceness underneath her too. Mm-hmm. But if a jury doesn't just love her, respect her, appreciate her.
I love her.
Yeah, it's so compelling how just her demeanor in all the way, because sometimes you get in these situations where a loved one wants to say whatever and they're mad and just vengeance, and I want to say this and I don't care if it causes a mistrial because I'm getting my anger out. And she's been totally appropriate the whole time, and just I think that there's just those sense just for human decency. She's a very decent person, and even her empathy for people that are put in the situation that aren't. I just think that that's going to just reverberate with that jury.
Yeah, absolutely. And then of course just what she tells her. I tell her that I'm sorry, that I wasn't there to protect her and stop him. I tell her that I love her. I talk to her about Rye. I tell her about you, and then she refers to the prosecution team, and I'm assuming the investigators that are investigating it. I mean, just her level of empathy for others.
Yeah,
it just shines through.
It shines through. I mean, you just see she just seems so genuine, just a truly genuine person. She seems appreciative. She seems appreciative to all those that are fighting for her daughter, that are trying to get her daughter justice, that are fighting for the family, and it is just one of those deals. I mean, I've seen a lot of trials. I've seen a lot of family members get up there and testify to different things, and every situation's different, and there's empathy and things like that, but she really is one of the just truest, sincere. I think it just comes off so real, and I was just really, really impressed with her. And even as you observe her and see, if you've seen her through the trial, you know, for me personally, I was just like, man, the mom has pink hair. What's that about? You know, she's sitting in the gallery, and I can see
I
this
love the
pink
pink
hair.
jacket and the pink
And then
hair.
when she explains why that is, I'm just like, oh, it's not even your favorite color. She says it's not even my favorite color, but it was Athena's favorite color. And it's just, she is just one of those just, remarkable is kind of an understatement, and I think it just
I don't even
totally,
know we can fully
yeah, I
explain
think it just
but
totally comes out with just who she is. She's a remarkable woman.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so now, let me just to update everybody, the jury has been listening to this audio and video of Athena's kidnapping, and we think they're a little over an hour in. We're you know, again, we don't have a view inside that courtroom. Rebecca Lopez is in that courtroom, but she doesn't have her phone, so she can't text us, and she needs to be listening anyway. And so we expect the jury to take a break at noon, and I would expect that Rebecca will come out. Her and Terry Bentley Hill, an attorney who is with her, will come out and talk to us about what they've heard and seen. But while we wait for that, let's take a listen to Athena's father, who was the first witness to testify this morning.
Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Jacob Strand. Jacob Strand.
Closer to, okay. And the other one too. There you go.
What's your relationship to Athena Strand?
I'm Athena's father.
Are you a little nervous here today?
Yes.
Have you been nervous for public speaking in general?
Yes.
Is there a time in school that they made you read something and you said no?
Yeah.
Did you tell the jury what you did?
I would happily take a 0 instead of talking in front of people.
Okay, you gotta speak up. Pretend you're at a basketball game watching the last second shot. Go ahead.
You're a lot more soft-spoken than Athena's mom. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. We've talked a lot about the defendant, Tanner Horner. Do you want to spend a little time this morning talking about your daughter, Athena Strand?
Yes.
I'm going to have Pat Berry publish a picture from State's Exhibit 287. Do you recognize this picture?
I do.
Is that your daughter?
Yes.
Can you tell me what day that picture was taken?
First day of school.
What grade was she?
First grade.
Athena has a little bit of a girly side, but did she have any issues being dirty or playing outside?
Not at all.
I'm going to ask you to tell the jury a little bit about one of your favorite memories and favorite pictures that you have of Athena with the horse trough. Can you tell them about that?
Yes. It was springtime, so the water was still a bit chilly, and I walked outside and she was filling up the water trough and brought out a bunch of her Barbies and toys and filled up the water trough with them and was sitting in it when her dressed in cowgirl boots.
Did you actually end up taking a picture of Athena?
I did. She was shivering but having fun.
When you took that picture, was she in or
were just best friends. They wrote that they were sisters, but not real sisters, they would say. So they were just best friends. She recently went back to therapy because she's been having nightmares. About everything that she's having to hear about and what happened to her sister.
Wrote a letter to the family and the law enforcement. Do you believe that? What do you miss most about the end?
Just her laugh and her spirit. She loved everybody.
Is there anything that you want this jury to understand about the loss in this process?
I just hope that the jury and the justice system will make the right decision.
I'll pass it to the judge. No, Your Honor. Mr. Lee, we have no, Mr. Strand, we have no questions for you. We are terribly sorry for your loss.
Okay, so we were just listening to Jacob Strand describe the horror of what's happened, the loss he's felt, how it affected and ruined his marriage. He lost 50 pounds, going for long periods of time without being able to eat, and describing going to this pear tree to talk to his daughter. It's just absolutely unimaginable. I will give you guys an update. We know that court has broke for lunch. We are waiting for Rebecca Lopez and Terry Bentley Hill, the attorney who is up there with Rebecca, to come on and talk about what they've seen and heard. And right now they're working on setting up that shot, so I expect them any moment, and we will be able to hear exactly hear what they heard and saw, and just the reaction of jurors. Watching. Oh, Lopez is ready. So, Rebecca, I'm gonna toss it on over to you, and I'm gonna let you guys talk about what you saw and heard.
Well, Tanya, that by far is probably one of the most emotional and heart-wrenching things I've ever heard in a courtroom. The family did leave the mom and father, and some of the family members left and did not listen to it. And then the judge also asked the gallery if anybody cannot make it through the next, through this entire video, then you may want to go ahead and leave right now, because he warned everyone. And it is, you basically hear Tanner Horner torturing this little girl. We said 30 more minutes of this video before they broke for lunch, and the judge told us there's still another 30 more minutes of graphic video, but you see them first walk up to the vehicle. She's following him into the van, and then he lifts her up and puts her in the van, and she's saying, where are we going? And Tara, I'm going to let you also kind of talk to what you saw.
Hey, we're struggling to hear Terry. Is it a little bit something wrong with her audio?
No, it might just be because we're sharing our ear pods. Can you not hear?
No, you can't.
Okay, let me let me just see if that. Can you hear her now? Okay. Sorry, we're having some difficulty here. We're gonna take off the ear pods, I think.
Yeah. These are the
Can you hear us now, Tanya?
Yes, go ahead.
Of course, the story that he.
You guys are still cutting out. I feel like we gotta.
She walked to the van with him. He put her in. He shut the door. She asked him, "Where are we going? What are you doing? Are you a kidnapper?" It was almost like a conversation for a while, wasn't it, Rebecca?
Yeah, and he's just chit-chatting with her, asking her, where do you go to school? How old are you? And at one point he tells her, she says, why are you doing this? And he says, because you're pretty. And he says, you know that, don't you? And then they drive around for a while. She keeps saying, where are you going? And then he stops the vehicle, and that's when it gets very graphic. Tanya, at one point, he tells her to take off her shirt. And she says, why? And he says, he doesn't really answer that. You can't really hear what he says. But then she says, my mom says, somebody shouldn't be doing this to me, and you shouldn't be doing this to me.
Right, yeah. My mom said, I can't do this to other people, and you can't do it to me either. So, what I think is interesting is that the state spent a lot of time yesterday proving up that DNA evidence or trying to bring that in. And I think it's going to be very clear that there was some very sexual deviant things going on. Of course, by this point, we can't see, we can only hear what is going on. But she asks him several times, what are you doing? The poor child says, ouch, ouch, ouch. Multiple times, asks him again, what are you doing? The point being is that we still have 30 minutes left of this audio. And this is about an hour's worth of torture that he has put her through. It's shocking because it gets quiet, and then we all assume, because you can hear the struggle, and we all assume, yes, and we can all assume that she's passed, and then all of a sudden we'll hear her gasp, and we'll hear her cry, and we'll hear her moan, and then it'll get quiet.
And then he'll pull over, like he at one point he does take off, and then he hears her, so he pulls over, and then Tanya, you hear stomping or slamming, like he's trying to, hurt her more, and then he takes off, and then the most eerie thing is at one point, Jingle Bell Rock comes on, because remember this is around Christmas, and she is crying. She is, you can hear her crying, and he's just singing. He starts singing Jingle Bell Rock, and then she's crying. Goes, shut up. He tells her multiple times, shut up. If you don't shut up, I'm going to come back there and hurt you more.
Yeah.
You need to shut up. He tells her to shut up several times.
What's eerie is that he turns on his flashers, and it's a FedEx truck. How many times have we driven by FedEx trucks, right, in our own neighborhoods? Well, he's turned on his flashers, and you can hear traffic pass by them. And I'm thinking those drivers had no idea what horror was going on in that van. It's unlike any, and the jury, they're not only crying, they are sobbing. Some of them are sobbing.
And they're glaring at him, and he's sitting there. At one point, he's just like this, holding his hands to his face, and he's just looking down. I mean, I don't know, Terry. I don't know how the defense gets past this. I mean, those jurors were very emotional.
Well, I think the part of the mitigating evidence that the defense is going to try to bring in, I don't know how it can negate the decisions that this man clearly made, because at first, it was questionable whether or not he had hurt her, so he put her in the van and, didn't know what to do, and he was confused, and he made bad decisions. No, it's very calculated, and he definitely used this child for some kind of sexual gratification.
Yes, he did.
And
you can hear that. You can hear it. You can hear it on the audio.
Yes, even though there wasn't an accusation in the indictment, it is clear that there was something sexual going on. Plus, we also know that there was DNA found on her body. And so I think that it's going to be very difficult for any defense expert to come in with mitigating evidence, whether it's because he grew up with a lot of trauma, he was an fetal alcohol syndrome, or whatever the case may be, because his mother drank when he was in the womb, whether he has autism, whether he has multiple personality disorder, which they now call really something completely different, or whether he's a sociopath or a psychopath. I don't think that a defense expert can change the way this trial is going to go, and that is coming from just watching this jury and hearing for ourselves what he put her through.
Wow.
It's so haunting, Tanya, because when he's walking her to the van, I can't hear what they're talking. And by the way, he does drop off the Barbies first, and then he drops off the package, and then you see him. And when he first pulls over, you see him kind of looking around, almost like he does scope her out, like he sees her. You can't really see her at that point, but then you see her following him, and then him hoisting her up into that truck, and then into the van. And then, she's asking, where are we going? Like she's going, initially she's just wondering, like, where are we going?
Right.
And like, no big deal at first, but then she realizes at some point that something's wrong.
Well, and you want to talk about calculated and premeditated. There are two cameras on this FedEx van. There is a dash cam, which is very similar to a police dash cam, where it projects out in front of the van. He covered that up immediately. That we never saw any video from that once he got to Athena's house. Then after he brought her into the van, brought her into that area,
Where are you going? What are you doing? Are you a kidnapper? I mean,
7-year-old questions, right? I mean, that, it resonates and just sits with you, and she's asking 7-year-old questions, and his responses to her are totally inappropriate responses to a 7-year-old, and I think that that's what's so troubling, is that we just can't fathom, think about why someone would do something like this, why this would get to this point, but it's very clear what his intentions are from his responses right off the bat. I mean, this isn't a situation where, well, I hit her, I put her in, I didn't know what to do, I freaked out. As Terry and Rebecca said, that video, it's torture. He's torturing her, and he is telling her to take her shirt off. He's telling her she's pretty and that she knows that. I mean, you know what his intentions are.
7-year-old girl.
7-year-old girl. And it's hard to listen to it be described to you. And I don't know the stress and the amount of just disgust that this jury would probably have listening to all this.
I know I'm disgusted, and I've been doing this a long time. It takes a lot to shock me, and he has done it. Terry talked about, she said that, now it makes sense why they were bringing in a lot of this DNA testimony, even though it wasn't, conclusive, right, that there was sexual assault, because you can hear her say, you can't see it, but you can hear her saying, ouch, ouch, what are you doing to me? And so that, it sounds like he was, it thinks he was probably doing something sexual there.
He was, and I think that some of the things yesterday are making more sense. It's coming more in focus.
Full circle.
For sure today, because we see the state tying in the evidence that they presented of the swabs, and even though we think of DNA and, you don't have a total profile, you might have a partial profile, and he can't be excluded. And now we know what he's asking her, telling her. We know that it was sexual, and we know that there was the attempt, or that he was planning, what he was planning to do, why he did what he did, from his standpoint. And so I think that it just brings into focus exactly what the prosecutor, they're delivering on what they said in opening statements now. I mean, before we think of, well, the numbers aren't that great, and yes, but that hasn't been explained.
When you combine that with that video?
When you combine that with that video, I mean, it's very clear what his intentions were.
Wow. And then, we heard Terry and Rebecca describe that you can hear her gasping, you can hear her crying, you can hear him go back there again and stomp her.
Yeah, I think Terry said that at one point he hears her crying. He pulls over, turns his hazard lights on, and what Terry said is you could see the cars and traffic driving by, and
people have no idea.
People have no idea that a homicide is going on in that van and that truck. And I think the prosecution, with the repeated times of where he could have stopped, where he could have tried to get assistance, where he could have changed his mind, I think that continues to push what they want to prove in future danger. The fact that this guy didn't stop, won't stop, whenever things, in the time that he should feel the most sympathetic, she's gasping for her last breath, or for air, that his response is to pull over and go back there and stomp her some more.
And before he does that, he said, if you don't shut up, I'm going to come back there and hurt you more.
Right.
And that's why he's singing Jingle Bell Rock.
Right. Yeah, Terry and Rebecca talked about, he's playing music in the truck, and Jingle Bell Rock comes on, and he's singing louder because he can hear her crying. I mean, the dichotomy and the polar opposites of what that is are just offensive.
Absolutely. And then, we're kind of walking back through what they told us. So it talks about, they said that, you can see him on the video dropping off a package and then walking around the vehicle. In other words, probably
what his intentions were of what he was doing.
Well, and then when you couple that with how he leads investigators twice to the wrong location, and then ultimately leads them to the right location, pretends to be zero, which we're gonna here in a minute. We're gonna play some of that because we think it's helpful to hear that again. And then a week later, a week after he's killed Athena, he gets in touch with Ranger Espinosa. I cannot talk. Ranger Espinosa, and wants him to come talk to him again. And I'll give you all the details if you just give me 30 days, and I can go spend it with my son. Really?
The disconnect, right?
Yeah.
The disconnect from reality, the disconnect from empathy. Now we know what happened in that time period before he's apprehended. The torture, the beating, and all the things that happened in that truck. And the fact that after, now we know that he would talk to the police of, hey, y'all come talk to me because I want to tell you everything, but I want a deal, and let's cut a deal. And his deal is, let me go spend time with my kid after we know what he's done now. And it is about him. It is always, always, always about him. And I think that that's the one thing that we have seen throughout this whole trial.
Well, I think when the jury makes this decision, it's going to be all about Athena.
It will be all about Athena. And the description from what happened, the videos that the jurors are seeing now, whatever his punishment is, he will have deserved and earned every bit of it. I mean, the details of this are just unreal, unreal.
They really are. So right now, again, our understanding is that the jury would be back in court right now. They are listening to the last 30 minutes of this horrific video. And then we're given to understand that after that, that the prosecution will rest. We'll have to wait and see if that is what happens. But we are awaiting that. But in the meantime, we want to replay basically the birth of Zero, how he concocts this story about this alter ego who really is the one that did this horrific killing. Let's go ahead and play it. Hey folks, we're going to fast forward this a little bit so we can get to where the Rangers come in.
videoing things, and I'm going to make sure here, you're sitting fairly close to Mr. Horner during this time, is that correct?
Yes, sir, ma'am.
And during this time, when you're asking him questions and you're drawing maps and things of that nature, does he appear to be distressed to you?
No, sir.
Does he appear to be able to answer your questions, at least the questions you're asking?
Yes, sir.
And does he appear to be able to answer them appropriately?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed on here, does he appear, at least at this point, when he wrote that on there and then sat down, to be in any type of distress?
No, sir.
And later on in this interview, does he indicate to you that he's under any kind of distress whatsoever?
No, sir.
And does he maintain the same or similar attitude that he has now in demeanor throughout the rest of the video?
Yes, sir.
May we continue with the video?
It appears the video has about 30 minutes left. Do any of the members of the jury need to take a break, or do you want to try and finish with the video? Try to finish? All right.
Okay.
Hi, Tanner. I got some working on this book for you. You heard Danny. Riley is also with the Rangers. Obviously, he's been helping me out with this field case, so and he had a couple of questions for you. Obviously, we're trying to remember, like we've been talking to you on the side of the road in here, we were trying to just clear up a few things.
Yeah. You've been from the get-go, just like straight up, you're cooperating. We don't want this to be a long one. We want to let you know what's going to happen here. You want to know what's going to happen here. We want to go ahead and take her back home, like they were saying, right? I mean, that's like all right, all this, I think. Let's think about anything we've left out that's going to hold this process up. Just think about that for a minute. What is that? What would be holding it up in your mind? Something. You feel like there's something that's getting in the way of this?
I don't think so, sir.
Why do you not think so?
I told you where I put her. I told you all the details of everything that happened. I don't know what else there is.
Okay. So the details you're providing, I wasn't ready, right? So I don't want to sure. I don't want to go on and on, but you took us down the road earlier, right? We crossed over, we were on 21, 23, we crossed over 51. We know your phone was turned off. Can you explain that? Like, turned off. Okay.
My charger was messed up. I couldn't get it back home for a bit.
Okay. How long was that?
Probably about 30, 40 minutes. Yes.
Yeah, it's at the time of when? What's happening when your phone is not on?
I mean,
Like, what are you doing at the time that your phone is not on? I want you to be truthful about that.
body.
Okay. And just because you and I will both be truthful with each other, I want to give you everything I got. I want you to give me everything you got. I want to test your truth, okay, for a moment. The phone was turned off because you're hiding a body. That's what I would do.
starting to see the shot from the courtroom come back up here in just a moment. So let's just take a listen. Okay, well, just cut that audio and just Okay, so we just saw the state rest, Keith, and after we heard Rebecca and Terry describe that video and audio that they saw in the courtroom when they were talking to us just before lunch, and then to see him driving around cool as a cucumber, going to that gas station, getting cleaning supplies and paper towels to clean up, and then just taking phone calls and, telling his dispatcher, I got sick, and so, give me a different truck tomorrow, and, probably ate a bad hamburger. I mean, and then, seeing him stuff her clothing inside his backpack.
I mean, a picture's worth 1,000 words, a video, probably more words, but to see him get the paper towels and the cleaner and just go back there and squat down and scrub, in a parking lot of a gas station. It's not like he even goes to a secret place. He just does it out where tons of people would be walking around, and just no regard for anything. But to do that, and then to already have a story that you're going to tell dispatch of why your truck might smell. I got sick. And then one thing that I made a note of, and I was telling you while we were watching it, is he's given this excuse for, not feeling well. His truck smells like that he vomited in his truck. And at some point he makes a statement, I actually feel a lot better now. And when you think about when he says that, everything that he's done that day, he's killed a girl, kidnapped a girl, tortured a girl, dumped a girl. I mean, all the things that have probably happened in the last 24 to 36 hours of that, and to say, but, oh, you know what, I feel so much better now. And I can't imagine, I can't get how in the world that could come out of your mouth at that point. And he's so calm when he talks to the people, his dispatch, and I think it was his girlfriend.
No, he doesn't sound out of breath. He doesn't sound like he does not. It's just, I've got my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Right.
Until I can come up with another story.
Right.
As needed.
Right, and when he pulls into the garage, and we can see the FedEx van or trucks around there, and he's starting to gradually put his things in his backpack, and then you can see him reach over in the passenger seat, and he gets what's wadded up, and apart from the testimony that you heard earlier, what that might be, you see him unfold, and it looks like Athena's jeans and her panties, and then it's in his lap. It looks like he's kind of thinking what to do. He scrunches them up, puts them in the backpack along with his other items to leave for the day. Business as usual. I mean, just.
Well, and then we know what he's going to do the next day. He's going to go to work, and he's going to start trying to deliver the new packages that he's getting, and also the ones that he didn't deliver the day before. Right. And then he's going to have this encounter on the roadway where where the road is blocked off because people are searching for the little girl that he has kidnapped and killed, and he's frustrated because he can't get through.
Right. Honking the horn at people, acting like he's so surprised that, a girl was killed. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? I think is what he says. So it's just that you can be that way. I mean, we can't fathom, we can't think of how a person can act like that, can be so nonchalant, can live life as usual, or as normal with everything that we now know has happened in the hours leading up to that.
When I think about how we started today, we started with Athena Strand, this, very difficult testimony, listening to her father recount, how he had self-destructed after the death of his daughter, and then to go from there to seeing these videos earlier this morning where they were showing how he was covering up the camera. So a couple times from the days before Athena's kidnapping, and then from the day of. You see that. You see the calculatedness. And somebody said in the comments, a true sociopath. Well, I don't know, sociopath, psychopath, all the things, all the words I can come up with. And then we heard Rebecca Lopez and Terry Bentley Hill, an attorney that went over to the courthouse, coming out and describing for us the 40 minutes of video that they had watched, and how on that video you see him take Athena to the car, to the truck, lift her up into the truck, and she's questioning, like, what's going on? Like, are you a kidnapper? And you know, sort of this whole stranger danger thing, and then him taking her, and you know, you hear him assault her, and you hear him tell her to take her shirt off, and hear him and her questioning him about it, and then you hear her, you know, it's hard for me to even repeat the word, saying ouch. You know, you can't see it, but you hear her say ouch and ouch, and that's indicative of something sexual is occurring there. And then you hear, and then you hear him, you know, from what they said, driving and listening to Jingle Bell Rock, and because this is, you know, it's November 30th, we're heading on into Christmas at that time, and then she is crying in the back. Well, of course she's crying, and him threatening her, well, I'll come back there and hurt you some more if you're not quiet, and then hearing later on in that 40 minutes the gasps for air, the muffled crying, and stomping. It is monstrous, it is depraved, it is evil, it is vile. And again, that video we just watched, and of course, the state rests. Oh, what else do you have to say?
Right.
What else do you have to say?
And now the jury gets to go, and this is the last thing that they see for the next 4 or 5 days. The last things that they get to think about, and I'm quite sure it's quite heavy, and they will think about this every day that they're waiting until they come back. If you remember, just seeing what I thought was interesting is as he gets closer to the FedEx place where the trucks are, you can see him remove that little driver's license or whatever that covers the front
because he thinks he's gotten away with it.
Because he thinks he's gotten away with it, and so you know, it is one of those things that you cannot imagine it. And I keep going back to what the medical examiner said. There wasn't really a part of her body that didn't have an injury or some sort of injury or defect or whatever, that basically he touched, injured every part of her. And that's what the jurors got to listen to earlier today.
Yeah, no, they sure did. People are asking me, why is it till next week? Let me explain. So tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday, they're going to have hearings. These are special hearings that they have, and Keith can explain it better, essentially to qualify expert witnesses. So Keith, explain to folks what that means.
Okay, so what they're going to have is, I would assume that the defense has expert witnesses or people that they want to designate as expert witnesses. And when you do that, you have to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury, so that witness can testify, so that witness can tell the state and the defense